Casa YouTube should be up and running. Sorry, it was just a little behind on that there. I apologize. Kind of a extra busy morning. All right, yeah, it looks like YouTube is up and good to go. Excuse me. And thank you, Real. I wasn't actually sure if it was tomorrow or not. I couldn't remember if he said the 16th or 17th he was back. Okay, so overall market. I'm sure there's going to be these weird topping shadows. Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Bottoming shadows. Not a whole lot going on in the overall market right now in the pre-market. SPY is up 0.17% at this point. The Qs 0.21%. I think the diamonds really have traded much at this point. They usually don't much in the pre-market, 0.8% on the diamonds for whatever that's worth. There's a slew of Fed speakers this week. I mean, I think every person on the Fed is speaking at some point this week, including, a throwback to Bernanke on Friday, I believe, on a panel. So, it is what it is. It kind of kills price discovery, but that doesn't mean there won't be plenty to look at, trade, and lots of movers, whether up or down. That'll always be determined. As usual, just have that risk management plan in hand. Execute it, stick to it, and you should be all right to go. Sorry, still just trying to catch up on a lot of emails from the weekend. Let's see. Let's take a look at a few charts here in the pre-market. I'm guessing this is a buyout on NGNS. Let's see. Yep, acquired by Aristocrat. So that's a buyout. LMFA. This thing like gaps up and gives it up all the time, right? Isn't that like its big MO? Fairly confident in that statement with the stock. Anyways, there it is, gapping up in the pre-market. We'll see what that means. Yeah, this thing just loves to, all these big topping shadows and days where it gives it up. So anyways, it is what it is. Perhaps today it'll be different. I don't know. WISA trading higher here. Pretty sizable move up 45% from Friday's close. 9 million shares traded. MGOL. Really fading through the rest of the pre-market here. Early move. EFSH. 31,000 shares on. There's a lot to comment there at this point. Sarepta, big move there, up 25% on 584,000 shares traded. Let's see, do I have some news on that? FDA voting in favor of its gene therapy to treat something. What else? MIND. Sub-dollar mover. I don't know what to say about that. 1.6 million shares traded nearly, so obviously active. We'll see what happens in the live session. ALGS, similar thing here. Like a lot of these, gap up or big move up in the pre-market. We see this actually had a move up in the post-market and fading now. Earnings are a bit behind it. Still 2.5 million shares traded. OMH, we talked about this a whole bunch in the last week. However, this has had a wicked spread on it for the most part. I don't know. I think the spread's been something like in between 20 and 60 cents at any given time. Birdie with 240,000 shares traded on the day. We'll see how that works out, if that spread tightens up on that during the day today. Another sub-dollar mover, lottery.com. They're asking about YouTube still. I've got a good morning over here from Marco. Marco, can you see and hear me okay? Still black screen. Tony says it's working for him. No problem. Good morning. Nope. So refresh whoever, if you're in the traders room, you're looking to be on the YouTube side of things, maybe close it down and refresh. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people that all say we're looking good. 5 people all say we're looking good now over on YouTube. So, I mean, I started it a few minutes late. It's probably about 7, 8 minutes late on starting that. Do apologize for that. Excuse me. going to pop myself on mute here for a few moments. Okay, you can still hear me in YouTube, but the room can't hear me. Is that correct? All right, let's see. Does that have my audio working? All right. I had to reset the audio. However, I am popping myself on and off mute. I have a lot of support chats that are coming in right now. So I'm sure you folks don't want to hear me typing. All right, sound should be good in both rooms. Should also have eyes on my screens. Let me know if that's not the case, please. Screen is black. Under 1 minute to the open, under 30 seconds to the open now. Is the screen black for everyone right now? Okay, multiple people say the screen is black. All good. All right, so if I've got it good for me or for those folks, please leave the room, come back or refresh the room then. All right, so market is open for the week here. Oops, I don't have my layout up. There we go. Get the proper layout up. All right, I refreshed the screen. Let's see if that that works. All right. It's tough to say when I've got half the people saying it's good and half the people saying it's not good. All right, screen's good now. Okie dokie. Let's hope that's the last of the gremlins for the day. So there's WISA. Throw a price alert on that there. GSIT went crazy after hours on Friday. Let's see what happens here during the day. Halted on the way down, GSIT. Ouch. Sorry, folks, not really watching the market right now. I'm stuck in a bunch of chats. I don't really have much to comment or add at the moment. Okay, let's see what's happening. Or not. Morning, Cyber13. How are you? All right. Let's look back at some items here. WISA. Hanging around. ORMP. Set a price alert on that. Big gap. Big gap on that. ARLO from Friday, continuation, big time. Got a price alert there. Just move it up. So I'm just going to keep myself on mute for a while here. I'm just absolutely buried in support stuff right now. I can't even possibly look at the market. Sorry. All right, make an attempt to pull myself off of mute here finally. See if I can keep that and stick with it for a moment. As I last mentioned, I really haven't. I'm trying to catch up on what's been going on with the market. I see the SPY sold off 3 15-minute candles in a row. I'm trying to put in a bounce now. Thought I'd mention from Friday we talked. I had said I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up closing near 412 on the SPY. Wasn't quite there. Close was at 411.59. Made it all the way as high as 411.67, but not too far off. They just want to screw with us. Watching this HCDI here, the spread is, it's gotten spready and then unspready and spready and unspready. Anyway, so I'm just watching this here. WISA still hasn't really gone anywhere. Watching that. GIST after getting halted on the way down. It's been a high flyer again. I don't know if it's been halted again. Probably has, but I don't have a halt scanner up. I don't really care. ORMP, a couple strong 15-minute bars to open. Now fading back some. INVA, I'm actually watching this off of its move from last week. Only 100,000 shares traded on it, so not very interesting. No spread, but no liquidity as well. INOD as well. Similar boat, watching it from last week, but again, 3-cent spread, so not terrible, but it hasn't even traded 100,000 shares yet. So there's a whole lot to comment on that at the moment. GIST shows a lifetime high of 968. I'm not sure when that would have happened. Let's throw up a weekly chart, see if we can find that. All right, so we got to go back to December of 2021 to find some resistance around $6. And we got to hit the way back to spring of 2017 to find those lifetime highs. So for whatever that's worth for anybody watching GSIT, I am watching it closely here. And GSIT halted on the way up. My order apparently was rejected. I want to try to get into it. So, all right, that's that. No idea, Hermes, why just IT is doing what it's doing. No news that I can see. Just a low floater that, for whatever reason, got attention. Few Chinese stocks in play here. So I'm just noticing now, looking at the sector analysis list that I got going, KWeb and FXI are kind of leading the way at the moment. Strong open from both, and both moving up after that strong open here. UNG back in play for whatever it's worth. Kind of an odd time of year to see that move up, but anyways, is what it is. Lithium ion also strong open here. Bios strong move up. Your regionals and your banking sectors also strong on the open here for whatever that's worth. Exploration of gas and oil also looking to the strong side right now. So a lot of really beat up sectors and areas are the leaders at the moment. We'll see what that means the rest of the day. And again, for some market pulse here, this was about 65.35 after the first 10 plus minutes, and it's come back the other way on it here. So it's 30-day highs versus 30-day lows today. So stocks making new 30-day highs versus new 30-day lows. We'll see how that begins to shake out the rest of the day. We're, hour into the trading session here. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of Fed speakers today, the whole week. There's like 2, 3, 4 Fed speakers every day. So let's see, Chinese stock, HUYAGOTU. I believe MOMO is also Chinese. Yeah, MOMO is also Chinese, also looking fairly strong here. ARRY, nice continuation here into this week. AUTL up 33 cents, which is good for 16% here on 576,000 shares traded. Got Upstart coming through a scanner here. Earnings behind it a little bit. See, GDC is a Hong Kong listing. Thing went nuts beginning of the month. 465,000 shares traded. Spready, not spready. Trying to take on high of the day right now. Throw a price alert up there, see what happens. GSIT open, popped over 6, popped back under it. Let's see what happens there. So ORMP. Now just below the VWAP here. Keep an eye on that, I will. Big gap on that again, we mentioned before. Give or take 35 million in float. So not a small float, also obviously not huge. Let's see how that works itself out. WISA still grinding along here. 93 cents, good for nearly 59%. So GDC, big move up. Kind of flopping around at the moment. AUTL still kind of grinding along a little bit. Not a ton of shares traded, but 626,000 shares. I guess you can't really argue with that at 10:36 a.m. Eastern. HUYA, a similar boat. Earnings in the pre-market tomorrow for that. So PAGS, I just have it on a pin chart or a pin scan. I'm sorry. I talked about that a whole bunch last week. Sorry, bring up that chart. Still grinding along here. We talked about $12 being tough for it. Now it's $12.50 level, give or take, $12.60. Again, not, I don't know what to make of it. 470,000 shares traded on the day. So odds are it gets over 1 million, probably 1.2 million, 1.3 million. That's some liquidity there. Spread's only a penny on it. I'll keep my eye on it. Got this W key. Kind of ignored it when I saw it coming through a minute or two ago. Maybe I shouldn't have. Well, let's see what happens. A lot of volumes come into this thing. I'm guessing it got halted. All right, so let's keep an eye there. Big gap on that it's into right now, as a matter of fact. Let's see if I can illustrate that well here. Scroll back a bit. So, all right, maybe, well, I mean, on a percent basis, decent size gap. Over $1 right there. Still to go. Yeah, a couple of dollar gaps. So on a percent basis, considering it's a $2 stock at the beginning of the day, that's a pretty good size gap. Talked about Goodyear last week a little bit. An earnings play. Gapped up after earnings, a few days after earnings, still kicking around up here. Decent liquidity, 1.45 million shares traded on that, fighting around that 15 level again. Let me go ahead and put a price alert just for fun. And for whatever it's worth, SPY is working on a second 15-minute bar right now. All right, still watching this GDC here. I just, go chasing it after that move there is kind of tough for me right now. I'm watching GSIT as well. Ran itself almost back to 6 again. Be patient with it here. WISA back under. Couldn't take out a high of the day yet. It's back under that 250 number. It's a float on that 3.65 million in the float. So I suppose the potential is there, right? Why not? Rivian coming through on one of the scans. There's really much to comment on Rivian. Just happens to be coming through a scan, but not for me. Whoop. GSIT. Bang. Big move up through here. Looks poised. Wow. Really pushing on that 630 level now. And right back down underneath $6 again. That's why these things are so tough, and I'm kind of just sitting on my hands right now. But we keep an eye. GDC volume is dried up quite a bit on that here. Let's look on the 15-minute chart, and we look on a 5-minute chart as well. But, been interesting as it is, 2 big 5-minute volume bars, small one, big one. This is going to end up being a small one as it closes in the next 15 seconds here. So we keep that on watch all the same. GIST trying to get through that 630 level. See if it gets a bit up over 640. Pushing on it hard. Can't get through it though. There it goes through 640. And pulled right back again. Now trying to take out 650. There it goes right through. Bang, boom. Big move. GSIT looks like it wants to challenge 7. We'll see. We'll see. And here's the market trying to put in a third 15-minute candle, challenge that high of the day on the gap up here. We'll see how that all shakes out in a few moments. Let's see the market. I mean, it's the S&P, but or the SPY. Obviously just 500 stocks, but anywho, make of that what you will. D888, are you in historical mode? It should be like this. Properties, don't repeat, and then you could check or uncheck it. Just know that if you do that, it's going to restart the scan, right? So you might want to duplicate it. With any alert window, I always recommend duplicating it before making any changes on it in case you don't want to lose what's in there already for the day. But right click, properties, don't repeat, just uncheck it. Well, it's INOD. I lost track of that. Spread has opened up on it. It was only a penny before, but things up 70 cents and good for 7.5% move. Not much volume, but the move is the move. And earlier in this area here, the spread was plenty workable. It's 5-cent spread now. GDC has completely come undone, at least for the moment. Let's stick a price alert under $5, see what happens. GSIT hanging around that 675 level. Made it as high as 7, did it? Yep. Tap 7, back underneath. PAGP, both a 10-day breakout here on the evening scan. So that means it's on 20 days as well, above that, 75% above that low. Earnings are behind it by several days. It's an energy play. PAA as well here and here. Plenty of liquidity at 4.7 million shares traded. Again, another energy play. These are not small floats, by the way. Well, I shouldn't say that. PAA is not. And I didn't look at the float here. No, not a small float either. 189 million in that float. Obviously, 14 will be a challenge for it. SD is another energy play. I haven't seen this one in a long time. Not a great looking daily chart, but here we are today after earnings. And as we mentioned earlier, UNG, strong open, moving sideways. So I would imagine those stocks are a benefit of that, or that is a benefit of those stocks. Chicken and egg. Here's TME, another Chinese stock, as KWeb and FXI still are in the top three. Again, a huge float on this one. One thing I find very interesting is the position lifetime range scan is not as populated as it has been to this point in the day. All the other days that we've been together, it's actually probably about short by about 5-6 stocks at this point compared to what we've been seeing. The more interesting part is this. This has gone back the other way again with 30-day new highs starting to peel away from the 30-day new lows as well. So a little bit of conflicting bears and bulls data, which kind of just equals the chop and slop we've seen for so long. SPY ran all the way up to 412 and rejected off of that. But again, putting in a third out of fourth green bar here for the moment anyways. And we'll see how that closes very early in that candle. We're only 3 minutes and change into it, whatever that's worth. GIST challenged that 7 again, broke through it. So just kind of continuing on that grind right now. Where was the post-market high on that the other day? So post-market high was just over 8. So certainly got room in that regard for those that are keeping score at home. Millions. Are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Just signed up 2 minutes ago. All right, the first thing you should do before anything else is watch this Getting Started series. 30 minutes long. I would recommend doing that. I am happy to share any of these scans with you, of course, but without understanding context behind how things work, it'll leave you still in the dark, of course. I am filling in for the person that normally runs the room. Barry will be back tomorrow, I believe, from his vacation. However, I'm going to give you his website because the scans that he uses are very popular, of course. And he shares all those scans there. Some of what I have up on my screen is from him, actually, just because I wanted to show off, things that he's normally showing off here. So I put that there. That's his site. And how and what you're scanning is, a personal thing, obviously. There's a lot of people that don't care for the race type scans like I like. There's also people that don't care for the type of stocks that I'm looking at in the day trading of these as well. But I'd love to start you there with those items. And SPY trying to push back on that 412 level again. BFRG. Something just cracking 400,000 shares a few moments ago to make it on here. Grinding higher. 56 cents on the day. Good for 11 and 3/4%, give or take. Spread is terrible, though. It's been as much as 15 cents I see recently, currently 7 cents. So, blah. It's another one of those AI plays. I think AI is over for the moment, but of course anything could happen and have it back into play any day. AI itself up just over $3, which is good for just under 16%, just grinding away on the day here. Some room up to 22.80, give or take. Excuse me, 23.80, give or take. There's W Key setting off a price alert for me. This thing is going batty right now. I'm guessing it just came out of a halt. Also, millions. Right now I kind of do things as it's more of a trader's room. Hey, happy to answer some questions along the way. At noon Eastern, I'll put myself on mute in this main room, and there's also a YouTube stream going on. Same stream right now, but on the YouTube side, it's more of a Q&A at that time. Just in the main room, it's a lot of veteran traders in here, and trying to keep the format of the way the room is typically run day in and day out. But, I don't want you to be shy either. If there's some questions, I want to do what I can to help you. Claudio, sorry, no Portuguese here. I do okay in Spanish, but we don't have support in Portuguese. So GSIT 7 was a bit much for it to this point, but I mean, I think steady grinding with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles in a row to this point. We got 5 minutes before this 15-minute candle closes. I know it was a slightly different story on the 5-minute chart. These nice pullbacks, actually, very, very orderly. Actually, the stock right up until this point, getting to $7, we're curling a little bit. We'll see what that means, what that equals. Thank you, Buy High Sell Low. We'd love to hear that. It's always nice when we hear some positive stuff. SPY's up over 412 now. So I don't know, when does that reverse? At 2:30? Is that when we reverse back to the lows of the day? I kid, but at the same time, it just seems to kind of be the MO lately. And by lately, I mean the last 6 months, whatever it is. I don't know, when did we get the SPY up over 400? It's really over 380, back up over 380, let's say. These are October lows. So yeah, since, I don't know, since sometime in November, I mean, just a wicked range. I mean, and it's obviously, it's even tighter now in the last 7 weeks or so. So GIST back bouncing off 7 again. Yeah, 697 actually was the high of that candle. And this candle remained to be a green one here. So, on a 5-minute chart, we look more consolidation-like. 15-minute chart, something similar. Curious if we take it down to some smaller time frames, what it looks like. 3-minute chart looks very similar to a 5-minute chart. 2 minutes also curling up on the 2 minutes now. 1 minute curled up and moving back down on the 1-minute chart. So, just looking at different time frames for fractal patterns here. Let's see, WKEY went wild, and then really that's it, settling back in this 815. I don't know if that's the end of the day for it or not, Hard telling, not knowing, as the saying goes. I think, I know millions had come in and was asking a few questions. I haven't seen any more questions come in from them yet. If I missed anybody's questions, I'm trying to keep up here. Let me know. Never want to miss, I always try to get to what I can. And yeah, in about 40 minutes and change, I will throw myself on mute in the main room and just move over to the YouTube side for more Q&A kind of stuff. I'll post a link when that time comes. Excuse me. PAGS kind of just grinding along on the day up here. It's 2.5% for 31 cents, or whatever that is worth. Buys at the high of the day. The Dow, which has been more of a recent laggard after being, let's see, the stronger of the three here, is currently positive for the day, if ever so slightly. Yeah, let's see. So we've had 10 of the last 11 days have been negative for the Dow. So NASDAQ. NASDAQ's at like a 9-month high or something, I think. Positive on the day, almost 0.5% as well. I prefer to look at it like the Qs, to be honest. For whatever that is worth, there's OMH. So things still spready as can be. What a bottoming shadow on that thing. Yeah. Well, you know, there are people obviously trading it. Tough trader as far as I'm concerned. Plenty of liquidity. 1.6 million shares traded on it. I mean, that thing's now at a nearly a 70-cent spread, 80-cent spread, 90-cent spread. I mean, then a 30-cent spread. Now to 17-cent spread. So volume's real heavy in it though. For whatever it's worth, it's an idea. For some people, a bad one. For some people, a good one. Sorry, Frank. I didn't notice your chat come in before on YouTube side. I don't really use it like I used to. We only integrate directly to Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. I used to use it with IB a lot. I don't really as much as I used to. I do my heavy trading or lifting through Thinkorswim. No Merrill Edge though. Sorry. We do not integrate with Merrill Edge. It may, if they have an app, I have no idea if Merrill Edge has an app. If they have an app, it may be possible to externally link to them. If it's only a web page, then not so much. External linking just means if you click a symbol here, it'll load into your brokerage platform. But again, if it's a web-based, that's more miss than hit. You can do, you'd right-click a symbol and go send to web, and you can have it, as a default. You can, set a custom default here on what page you want that to go to. You go custom and then add the custom URL if it's a web page. You are welcome. I apologize. I didn't see that before. I'm not sure. I could have sworn I checked it more recently, the YouTube chat. My apologies. I think we mentioned Upstart earlier, and it's having itself a day here. Up 10.86%. It's good for $1.78 right now. So, zooming in here, defended the 16 level off that gap back to this area right here. Bounced on it pretty well. Relative volume's kicking at 1.81. Nothing crazy, but certainly more than normal, at least for a 30-day average. And good for plenty of liquidity at 3.775 million, 3.8 million now. So some good volume come into it here. tapered off a little bit now, but still fairly solid. On a 5-minute chart, it's picking back up on that volume again. So, anywho, for whatever that's worth. And for more of what it's worth, 30-day new highs really starting to peel away to the upside here versus the 30-day new lows. Please by no means interpret that as we're ripping to the upside, though. Or interpret it that way, whatever you want to do. So Dwayne and John like fade on upstart. I won't argue that. It's a hefty move it's made here so far today. Pull back, and a fade does not seem unreasonable. W key trying to creep back up to $3 level here. GSIT for the moment has made a fairly significant pullback. We'll see what that equals for later in the day. Yeah, you got a pretty green day going on for the sectors right now. Just bring this over just real fast. You know, FXI was number 3. Now it's number 2. KWeb has been number 1 all day long. UNG has moved down to 2. The rest of this in here looks pretty much what it's been like all day. One of my favorite ones to pick on is the clean energy one. You'd be hard pressed to find a worse daily looking chart, but or worse looking daily chart. There it is nonetheless, having itself a green day. Gold, junior miners, green today, topped out off that 36 a week plus ago. Where GLD is in the mix right now. There's GLD. So GLD up marginally on the day here, still hanging around those highs. EOSE making a big move, gap down, moving back up. Good volume, a lot of liquidity. Earnings are behind it several days. Good size float, 109 million in that float. All right, so Upstart is really continued on the way up here so far. We'll see what happens for the rest of the day. And it's it's a pretty sizable move, $2 basically. AI still creeping along back at high of the day here. It's struggling these couple 15-minute candles. Volume's down a bit, but still pretty darn solid overall. 5-minute chart looks a little different on that volume. DRMA. Didn't we talk about this last week? Yes. Had that move in the middle of the day on Thursday, then Friday, a gap up and a fade all day. Here it is today. 800, nearly 900,000 shares traded on the day. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Maybe it makes a run at 3. Maybe not. I mean, this area is probably going to be really tough for it, 280, 275, whatever it is. So, I don't know. Not a great risk reward setup for me anyways. But nevertheless, there it is. Just in case maybe someone has an interest in it. I was coming through this here. I don't know if it's still on there or not. Yeah, just down here a little bit. See, BBIO is down there. Not really any volume on that currently. 480,000 shares traded on it. Edit coming through there. 725,000 shares traded on it. Relative volume is kicking around normal-ish. Not a whole lot there. I mean, it's, it's up over the last month plus here. Nice move. Goes into earnings, makes a nice move out of earnings. Not a huge float, not a small float. 68 and change, 68 million and change on that. Is there a way to see only block trades at the ask and not at the bid? Just whatever you see for block trades is all we have for those alerts. So let me look in here what it is actually, because I don't use block trades. I don't look at it very often. Block trades. Just this here, and it says that it is. I love when you do that. And by love, I mean hate. And by resizing, I lost it. Sorry, just give me a second to bring up the block trades again. There we go. All right, so so no way to specify on that. You are welcome, Trader Tim. So I get those out of the way. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. First Solar was among the downgrades today, right? Yep. First Solar was a downgrade. Not really down a whole lot here. Yeah. All right. It's down 3 1/3%. A little more than I realized, to be honest. Discount stores still at it here. TJ Maxx, Walmart. Still hanging in there within 10% of lifetime highs. trade swings. I'm guessing someone was on CNBC. That was less than informative. Call me shocked. Color me surprised. Of course, I'm not really sure what color we would use for surprise, but anyways. Stopped watching CNBC many years ago. For a little while, I'd turn it on Fed Day, at like 5 minutes to 2 before the Fed decision came out. I don't even do that anymore. Although I did get the chance to meet Mr. Bob Pisani a few weeks ago. Very nice fellow. He's a very positive person. I always find that great quality in human beings when you've got positive people. No bigger cheerleader of the stock market than Bob. He's always able to find something positive going on, or at least almost always. Watching this GSIT here, see if it can hold that 8 EMA on 15-minute chart there. I'm just going to throw myself on mute for a couple of minutes here before I start the Q&A over on the YouTube side. I'm not sure there'll be a ton of questions there anyways, but I'm just going to take a minute here, refresh my water, stretch my legs for 30 seconds. I've been at this desk since basically 6 a.m. I'll be back momentarily. Then I'll share a link over from the main room to the YouTube side for anybody that wants to join there. Okay, so I'm going to just shift everything completely over to the YouTube side for anybody that wants to join. There's a link. I put it in the general market talk. I put it in the trade ideas questions as well. I'll have myself muted in the main room. Try to keep an eye on the chat. I think everything has been copacetic here so far today. And yeah, that's what we'll do. So I'll be back here on the main side around 1-ish. All right. Thanks, everybody. And again, anybody who wants to join me on the YouTube side, the links are there for you. All right. So here on the YouTube side only now, muted myself in the main room. Just in case there's anybody here that's looking for a little more Q&A and have held back any questions on the day here today, whether you had just been in the main room and you're looking for some answers to some questions, or you've been on the YouTube side and just kind of quiet on the YouTube side. As I always say when I'm here on Mondays doing my time slot on Mondays, I don't have anything pre-done. Obviously, anything that's really major, I've mentioned it and discussed it. But please, always important for folks to ask those questions that they have. Hopefully I will have an answer for you. Do the best of my abilities to answer any of those questions that come in. At the moment, the SPY has popped up over 412, trying to hang on to it now. Putting in some topping shadows, the last 3 candles, back under the 412. So got a battleground going on for whatever it's worth. Not a ton of volume in that battleground, but there it is. All the same, it counts. Upstart is just in beast mode. It's up over 19 now. Relative volume has been increasing steadily the last 40 minutes, give or take. On a 5-minute chart. Really, probably relative volume's been increasing the last 70 minutes, 65 minutes actually. And even it's taken another tick up here. It was at 2.69, 2.7, now 2.71. So for whatever that's worth, there it is. OUST, I feel like someone had mentioned that in the main room. $860,000 shares traded, doing 2.28 relative volume. It's up 53 cents, which is good for 52%, which is good for 10.5%. 2 cent spread on it. Nothing crazy. Fairly certain it was mentioned. Maybe I'm imagining that it was mentioned. Obviously, a terrible daily chart, and I mean extra terrible. Holy mackerel, that's bad. Gee, was there a reverse split on this thing? I'm just looking here at lifetime high of 149.90, and where it's come and gone from. Floats 29.77 million, give or take, obviously. All right, so obviously not a whole lot of questions coming in. And obviously the birds, because I opened the door now, the birds are going nuts when they've been quiet all day long. I guess I have to be happy the construction crews aren't here today, right? all the usual stuff that I've been looking at so far. SCLX starting to come across the screen. Where are you at? So it is up $1.81, which is good for about 33.5%, but on light-ish volume at 417,000 shares traded on the day. So not terribly active. But we could see, had early volume, came down a bit. Volumes come back into it again, relative to what it's normally trading. No idea what they do. Engages in the acquisition, development, and commercialization of non-opioid pain management products for the treatment of acute chronic pain. All right, well, good for them. I was clicking around a few symbols, but there's just not a whole lot going on here. There's SANA. This thing is up pretty solidly. Earnings are behind it. 1.6 million shares traded on the day. Trying to figure out why this is not on my scan right now. Perhaps the Bollinger Bands are keeping it out. I'm just trying to figure out why SANA is not on this scan. It has to be that. Yep, that's why. Interesting. Well, as they say, there you have it, sports fans. Thoughts on MNST strong last 3 months swing trade idea? I mean, it's near all-time highs, I believe. Right? So remember, whenever anybody tells you that the market's being held up by 5 stocks, tell them to check their math again. Number one. Number two, I mean, is it a good swing trade idea? I don't know. There's no way for me to answer that really without quote unquote giving financial advice, which I absolutely not only will not do, but cannot legally do. What I can say is it looks like $60 is a challenge for it, right? Which is a lifetime high. It is in the NASDAQ, which the NASDAQ has been the best performer over the last few months, right? So all positives. Gapped up off of earnings, came down, filled that gap, and is testing the top of that gap again, or trying to get back to testing the top of that gap again. So these all positives working for it. Now if you're taking a shot at it, you have to ask yourself, what's your entry? Why is that your entry? What's your stop? And why is that your stop, right? And what would be your upside management? What would be your target? Obviously, there is no resistance to really look back on, except for this day after earnings here, right? Because we're at a lifetime high. So as far as it being a swing trade idea, I mean, obviously we want to buy stocks that are going up. This qualifies as a stock going up, right? It has had some pretty long consolidation periods, as we can also see. So what's your time frame to hold it as well? Should you get into that trade, right? Because let's just pretend for 1 second that, let's say you entered this, back here and you had a $2 stop on it, right? You'd have held it, all this time. You'd have held it for a few months without really getting stopped out and not going anywhere, right? Is that part of what you would allow for your trading capital to be allocated like that? So, questions like that are multifaceted in an answer, and the answers to those can only come from you, your trading plan, and your risk management and appetite. But those are the types of things I would point you towards asking yourself. There may be other things you need to ask yourself as well. In the end, it's a strong chart. It's in a very long-term uptrend, especially if we click back and look at weekly chart here, right? Nice move, consolidation and a pullback, nice move, pullback, consolidation, and a move up again. Is the move past? There's no way to answer that. This could be one of those stocks that you get into and it doesn't go anywhere for months. We literally see that right here. Basically didn't go anywhere for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, six plus months. It didn't go anywhere. You didn't lose money, but you didn't make it. But then after 6 months, you got some really nice alpha on it. So is this swing trade idea? Absolutely, definitely an idea. How someone would want to manage that would remain to be seen. BEAM, pharmaceutical stock, mostly a downtrend here. And I'm just going to comment, trying to come up with some. Yeah, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Trying to, find some things to talk about here. So look at some of these top ones in the evening scan here. Obviously not a great looking daily chart, but, has it bottomed? Maybe for now anyways. Off of earnings, it sold off after earnings, and now it's back up again. Relative volumes kicking decent here, near 800,000 shares traded on the day. So, up above this 37 level, can it take a shot at 40? Could. These things we ask ourselves. Will it? No idea, but there it is nonetheless. And we talked OUST already. WDC, I don't think we've talked about this today. Western Digital Corp. So after earnings kind of bled off a little bit for 3 trading days. It was up marginally on the fourth. Sizable gap up today, up just shy of 10%, which is good for $3.25. Gapped up, pulled back, and just steady grinding the rest of the day here. Little more healthy looking than a SPY chart, right? SPY chart gapped up, gave it up, grinding up, moving sideways. It's kind of just grinding up higher in general. A little bit of sideways movement here, but generally grinding up higher. So a little stronger than the overall market. Kicking on the relative volume, 3.5 on the relative volume, good for 4.6 million shares traded. So plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume. Get some holds at 36. Can take a shot at this 38, 39. Could. What's your risk level? Is your risk level the bottom of this gap? Is your risk level the low of today? Is your risk level just the whole number of 35? Is your risk level 35.50? Where put in some topping shadows up there. All reasonable thought processes. Again, no right answer on it. And perhaps you look at this chart and you say, Chris, you're a fool. Why are you even looking at that chart? And given the downtrend that it had been in recently, I can't argue that necessarily. But, we talk about things that are coming across scanners and whether or not they are or are not ideas. I suppose they're always ideas, whether you think they're a good one or not. Beauty in the eye of the chart holder. AMPS. This thing was strong for a couple of months last year, coming into the end of last year, midway last year to the end of last year. Really giving it up since. I don't know, there's a whole lot to comment on that. 1.88, 1.89 on the relative volume, 880,000 shares traded on the day. So, it's there. I don't know that there's really much to comment on that. Sorry, it's just a support chat. I'm trying to answer someone's question right now. And just another shot at sectors list. Oops, sorry. Click this here. So KWeb FXI still hanging in strong there. XBI is now taken over UNG. In fact, UNG is now down from the open, 0.2%, but down from the open all the same, curling over. Let's see, lithium ion has continued up since we last spoke about it, moving sideways recently, but we're talking about it here where it was moving sideways, made a move up again. Let's see, what's LTHM is a lithium stock, right? Yeah, so that's selling off today. Rejected. I've literally had this line drawn for probably 3 years at this point, maybe 2.5 years. Anyways, rejected off that 25.60, give or take. I'm trying to think of, there's another stock that's similar to this one. Let's see if I can find the competitors. I don't see it. Not seeing the one I'm specifically thinking of. Let's see if I can find it under here. It'll drive me nuts for the rest of the day if I can't remember that ticker. Competitors is not exactly great. Let's see if this is, no, that doesn't help. No, that doesn't help us at all. Anywho, with all that said, lithium is up on the day. With all that said, Mike C, what is happening? How are you? Yeah, it was interesting earlier. Never could really get by that 250 level after the initial move over it on that first 15-minute candle. Just kind of gave it up after that. All right, yeah. I've been a little bit quiet myself today. It's been doing a little double duty here. Andy is off for the day, so a little lighter on support. So ALLO coming across the screen here. Yeah, 700,000 shares traded on the day. Spread's only a penny. 700,000 shares traded with a 0.97 relative volume. It's up 57 cents, good for about 9.25%. Didn't this have some big moves in the past? Am I crazy? Yeah, kind of, not really. Had this move here, but I thought it had a big like spike day. I must be confusing it with something else. You know, if I'm being in full confession mode, I may or may not have traded some stuff today, but it was, you know, it was on mute and on and off mute and in chats, and so no point in going back in time and discussing it at this point. It's you know, I don't know how Barry really does it, that he shares his trades alive the way he does and manages what he does. He's a freaking Superman, that Barry. So, whoa, GDC. I didn't realize that set off a price alert for me here. Big move back up again. Some volumes come back into it as well. So you got that big blip of volume right there. Didn't happen to notice that. You actually saw the volume take 1, 2, 3 upticks. As it come back down again, we'll see. Got a minute and change before this candle closes on the 5-minute side of things. But there is all the same. ALLK. Is this the one that went batty that one time? Nope. Not this one either. I must just be imagining things. ARRY keeping real strong here on the day. Just grinding. 24 and change will obviously be a bit of a bear for it. NSPR. Yeah. Big topping shadow there and then nothing. So GSIT still really kicking around at this point. Excuse me. Battling here. Moving more sideways than anything else at this point. Yeah, LMFA, I saw that had a sizable move in the pre-market, and I kind of lost track of it after that. Yeah, GSIT. I mean, look, it does have pretty far to fall if it were to give it up, give it up. The name of the game, AI just grinding along all day long here. And again, worth noting, position and lifetime range has put on a few stocks since we last talked about it. This has continued to put the spread favored towards 30-day new highs versus 30-day new lows, continuing to creep, showing some strength in the market that way. Again, we'll be at the mercy of any of these Fed speakers, unfortunately. It is what it is. This INVA I discussed earlier, not a whole lot of shares traded on it. Spreads at a penny though, whatever that's worth for anyone that's interested. I was looking at it for possible swing trade up over this 13 and change. I have not entered it. Currently do not intend to enter it just in case, but pretty strong move off of earnings here. So anyways, it's there. Just set off a price alert for me a moment ago. GSIT claiming that 650 number right back under it. GT. Bouncing off that 15 level again. Still pretty decent volume. 3.4 million shares traded on it. SOUN coming across. We've talked about AI a few times. It's an AI play. A lot of shares traded, 7.4 million shares traded. Relative volumes kind of mute, even with all those shares traded. Not a small float, 136 million in float. We see this thing got. It's pretty good action here a couple of months ago, and AI was going nuts. Earnings are behind a little bit here. OMH, yeah, it's got a really hefty spread on it. Or at least it did. Yeah, it's got over $1 spread right now. It was $1.15, now it's $1.10. I mean, it's all over the place. Look, obviously people are trading it. The thing's traded 3.5 million, 3.6 million shares any second. Not my cup of tea though. Not with the spread that big. And you know, take a smaller share size, I guess. But even that, like the spread just opened up to $2. It's the spread was over $2 a second ago. Back up over $2 again. It just a no from me. That's all. You know, to those that trade it, you know, by all means, I just don't have it in me for something like that. You know, something like GSIT. That's as squirrely as I like to get. You know, and even this thing, you know, it's opening up sometimes to 10, 15, 20 cent spreads. I know on a percentage basis, probably not a big difference between a $40 stock with a $2 spread and a $6 stock with a 10, 15 cent spread, but it makes my brain and guts feel differently. That's all. We partner with any prop firms. Yes, we are partnered with Trade the Pool. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by partnered, but essentially, if you are a Trade the Pool trader, they will pay for a standard subscription to Trade Ideas for you. However, if you have, let's say, an annual subscription to Trade Ideas already, you cannot cancel, get that refunded, and then go to Trade the Pool. If you're a monthly subscriber to Trade Ideas, you know, you can let your monthly run out, you know, the end of the month, and move to Trade the Pool. Of course, they have to, you know, it's not just sign up for Trade the Pool and you get Trade Ideas. You know, you have to be you have to qualify for whatever they determine. But let me see, Trade the Pool. Let me get you a link for them if you're interested. So there's Trade the Pool. All right, Carl. So yeah, you'll have to wait till, you know, that year runs out. But again, it's not just, hey, I signed up for Trade the Pool, give me Trade Ideas for free. You have to qualify with them. They can give you the full details on their end for that, though. So GSIT doesn't have it. GDC does have it right now. Takes out high of the day. Really making a move here. Huge spread right now, though. It's just 19 cents. Now it's closed down to 12 cents. And when I say huge, I'm thinking on a percentage basis. Tightened up to 9 cents now, back up to 12 cents. We'll watch that closely here. Pretty solid volume has come into the thing. Wow, I didn't realize what this float was, though. 900,000 in the float. Yikes. We'll talk about, potential for stocks going nuts, though. Hello. Senil, is that how you say the name? Hopefully I'm not butchering that. I apologize if I am. Welcome, welcome. Can you define what you call a swing high or low? And the answer is going to be actually no anyways. Like what you could do this, if we come to a configure and we were to look at search on new highs, on this here, we could put in X amount of days. So if it's making X amount of day, new high in X amount of days, you get an alert that way. Right. What else could we do here? Let me pull up the configure. Percent up for the day, but again, that's for the day. Cross resistance at daily highs, and again, you can add an amount of days there, right? These are for specific alerts that we have. Generally speaking, people are going to couple alerts with filters. We have a crossed, where is it? Crossed above resistance, confirmed or not confirmed. And you could specify to look back X amount of trading hours for a minimum amount. Those are the things that we can do like that. As far as the filter side of things, you could use, maybe a different alert, or you just use a top list where it won't be an alert, but it'll just populate stocks that meet the filters. So it's not necessarily an alert. It's just going to give you a list of stocks that meet your filters. We have position in, 5-day, 10-day, 20-day ranges, as far as more of a swing kind of move makes, or we just have range. So if you wanted to do a range filter here, if it's taken out, sorry, getting to the longer term stuff, if it's taking out a 5-day range on a percent or dollar 10-day, 20-day ranges. Those are all options. No, we don't have that. The closest thing that we'll have is S1, S2, R1, R2. Again, you know, cross daily low support on the upside or downside. Or if you want resistance because you're really looking for resistance, it would be the other way around. Those ones that I went over with you, you know, and you have to look back. There's an algorithm here for the cross resistance. So it's going to look back and determine where prices gathered a bunch and determine that to be the resistance, essentially. But that's the way, you know, there's not a way to say anything outside of that other than, of course, like I said, S1, S2. You know, distance from R1, R2, distance from S1, S2, distance from pivot. But those are, you know, you're talking about the last day, essentially. Those are the things that we have to offer, my friend. And of course, if you have any other questions, please let us know. Happy to answer those as always. So GDC poked its head above high of the day. That's all it could manage so far. Sorry, just kind of watching this GDC right now. Spread's tightened up to 4 cents. So there it goes, trying to blast through high of the day. I think 565 had been the prior high. Yeah, it looks like 565. Volume is continuing to come into it fairly steadily. Let's look on a 5-minute chart. Still pretty solid volume here on that 5-minute chart, but again, 565 is a challenge for it. Yeah, we can scan the after hours. We have a specific channel for it with some pre-built scans. Of course, you know, there's tons of ways to scan on your own, you know, create your own or modify those. But yeah, let me open a dock channel bar here. I'm pretty sure that would be in a dock channel. I just can't open a full a non-dock channel or I'll lose my layout. Let's see. Yeah, after hours. So if I click that, obviously it's not going to scan properly right now because we are not in the after hours. That's what this is made for. But you got some top lists and a multi-strategy window for the post market and a couple of races here. Just as that. It's squash looking because the screen that I'm on right now. But you've got that pre-made right there, and then of course we could always make an alert window or a top list. So, I'll just show off something real quick. So if we go a new alert window, right? And I don't know, BB, are you a subscriber already? Just in case for anybody, I forgot about this completely. We do have our test drive coming up. It's $11.11. It runs from around post market of June 3rd through June 20th. Full access to the software with the exception of auto trading. And for anybody that says, gee, why won't you give us auto trading on the test drive? It's because if I'm being honest, let's say 2,000 people sign up for the test drive. Maybe 200 of them have any market experience at all. And I don't think it's a very good idea to give people automation abilities that know absolutely nothing about trading. And when I say I'm using the royal I, as in we, the company, really. Anyways, if someone's interested in the test drive, you want to pre-register for it, let me get you a link. And then, of course, always after the test drive, we have a sale. So, all right, you're already a subscriber anyways. But for those that aren't a subscriber, there you go. So, yeah, if you just to get what I had originally shown, BB, before I go into any more details on that, if you go new, you can go channel bar or dock channel bar. Both will have it. But, for this exercise, I'm going to show the dock channel bar. And just scroll down a bit. There's also a show more down here, too, if you're ever looking for a channel. Both the channel bar and dock channel bars have a show more function. The free floating channel bar has probably twice as many channels. It's due to formatting and a few other things. That's why. But yeah, so there's the after hours there. And of course, you can build your own after hours. So if we go new and we go alert window, right? We can start with post market and we can find some post market filters, post market highs and lows. There are also some other alerts that work in the post market. Quite a few, as a matter of fact. New high does not work in post market. You want post market high. But the let's see here. The high relative volume, 1 minute volume spike, all these I believe will work in the post market for sure. The 1 minute volume spike does, strong volume, all that works. You're not going to find halt and resumes in the post market unless it's news, and you do not want to be caught in a news halt. I believe all the running up alerts will work in the post market. Let's skip those crosses. These channel breakouts, all this here, the cross resistance, cross support, all those work in the post market. Block trades will. Your geometric patterns will all work in the post market. 5 minute high, all the highs on time frames, 5 minute high, 10 minutes, so on. Those all work in the post market for you. Range breaks will not work in the post market. I believe Fibonacci, that'll all work in the post market. So quite a bit working in the post market for you there. Some options. Most of these here will work in the post market. I think you're less likely to find these kinds of things in the post market, quite personally. I think the big and more popular ones for post market, you're going to want to look at obviously post market high. 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute highs. I think those are really good ones to look at the post market. Crossed above resistance, crossed below support. Those are pretty decent to look on the post market as well. So those are the things that I'd be pointing you at for the alerts. Most of the filters work in the post market. I would advise when you're thinking about filters you want to use in the post market, think about filters that make sense for that time of the market where there's less liquidity in general, less volume, less participators in general. right? Those are the kinds of things that I'd point you to in that post market. Hopefully that helps. If you have more questions, of course, let me know. Happy to answer those to the best of my ability. Move that back over here. And GDC rejected hard off just over high of the day. Come back down here, smashed under $5. We'll see if that does it for the day or not. Again, this thing, 900,000 shares in the day. I see there's 40 people in here. Some of you folks I know, some of you I don't know. Obviously, some people just don't make comments. But if you're someone new or kicking the tires, especially these low flow things, really avoid them. Really avoid them. It's, if you have questions on why, I guess I could go into it. But post those questions when we do it. Sorry, Carl. Does Steve like GOOS? I can't speak for Steve. You could always send in an email for Steve to answer at info@trade-ideas.com. I can take a look at the chart and give you my 2 cents there. I won't say whether I like it or not. I'll just, give some thoughts here. So, all right, right off the bat, we're at obviously an inflection point here. Just throw a line across there. This is obviously a challenge for at this level. Think of this as a zone, not an exact. All right. If it could, get over $21, it looks like 21 and change, 21.90, 22 could be a challenge. And then, you've got room up to 24 after that. It is in a slight uptrend here over the shorter period of months. Also in a slight uptrend since November, right? But that uptrend from March is kind of muted if we were to go all the way back to December. It made that run into the winter months and then a pullback and found support at the, let's call it December lows. So those things I could look at. If you're a seasonality person, seasonality is going to, seasonality is, going to have some kind of influence here. Now does it have an influence that people are going to flock to buy Canadian Goose, knowing that the season's over and maybe there's a lot more sales. So maybe that boosts them as they try to get rid of this past season's inventory, getting ready for next season's inventory. That's one way to look at it. A second way to look at it is that, you've got all kinds of talk of recession, bad economy, and blah, 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 blah. I've never bought a Canadian Goose. In fact, I don't know if I've ever even seen one in the store. I've certainly never been to one of their stores, their flagship stores. I'd imagine they're in stores that I've walked into, But I think if I'm not mistaken, they're an expensive coat, right? Like they're really not cheap. So does that play a role into it? And with the business cycle, and these are kind of things that I'm taking from CMT curriculum type stuff, different types of cycles, seasonality, business cycle, election cycle, so on and so forth. So those are the kind of things that I'd point you towards. Again, if you want Steve's 2 cents on the chart, shoot him an email. GSIT broke 7 again, huh? I didn't, wasn't watching. But I can tell you this, the SPY is broken out to high of the days now. So really claim that 412 number, moving back up again. And this is no indictment of the market that it's up. We're moving to the upside. We're going to rip. Just commenting on the day today that if you're long right now, the market is favoring you long. Maybe not your specific stock, but just in general, the market's favoring long at the moment. The big cap movers, we could see a really nice buy side on that, 56 to 44. The small caps is really huge movers right now, 65 to 35 on that. And again, 30-day highs versus 30-day lows, really, really, really pushing up on that. You can see a big divergence happening here over the last, 10, 15 minutes, give or take. So again, for whatever that's worth with all those items that are there for you folks. Hopefully that kind of helps, Carl. We're not going to give you an entry signal. I'm not going to give you an entry signal. I don't know if Steve has something. I suppose For me, if I want more confirmation, I would say if I want more confirmation on GOOS, I want to see it take out 22, right? And if you would ask why I want to see it take out 22, it's because of this recent high back here, this blip over it right there, or blip to it right there, and it couldn't do it. Part of this is going to depend on your time frame. You could enter this thing, and what if let's say you enter it and you put a low stop at these recent kind of highs back here, right down here at 19 and change, and you never come and get stopped out, but you also never really move up. So you've got cash just sitting in there in the stock running sideways again. So these are the things that I'd be considering and that I'd personally be thinking about before putting something on for a swing entry anyways. No, I don't think you blindly follow anything, Carl. No, your questions are all good. And as a full confession here, a lot of what I've done in the past and still currently do is stolen from Steve and all the webinars that I used to attend that he was doing, and going back and listening to him over and over again, whether it's live or recorded. So I don't blame you for wanting to hear Steve's 2 cents whatsoever. He's been doing it a while. So yeah, exactly. That's exactly it, Carl. So, I don't know, without jumping in his mind, like I said, Steve might be looking at that 22 number. He might say, up over this 21 number, grabbing and holding the 21 number above it and let it work. I could see Steve going with either one of those things. But like I said, shoot him an email. I'm sure, he'll get to you on that. So, but yeah, I'm a big fan of Mr. Steve Gomez, personally. GSIT popped up as high as, I'm guessing 730. Yeah, 730, bounced off 730, back under it again. So, found itself some support here at that 815 EMA, right? Made a nice run after that, testing below 6, banging on the 6, just below 6 for 45 minutes, give or take. Well, this last candle didn't bang at 6. I think the low of that candle is like 620, right? 612. 612 is the low of that candle. Anywho, I think, the chart's illustrating well here what I'm trying to explain. And we continue to see the position lifetime range scan grow with more and more stocks on it here. So, all right, we're at 12:57 Eastern. If you'll bear with me here, I'm going to position myself to pull off mute in the other room as well. Just bear with me about 90 seconds here, folks. Alrighty, folks, pull myself off of mute in the main room as well now. Right. Just checking to make sure I didn't miss anything that was overly important that I shouldn't be missing here. If I've missed something, please tag me or repost it or whatever it is that you're comfortable doing, as I try not to ever miss anything. But it does happen. Contrary to popular belief, I am a human being. There's a GSIT, round 7 still. AI just continues to chug along for the day here. Just grinding beautifully. Sorry, just still checking to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Some chats are coming in, trying to help some people guide a few things. Market continues to drift up here. Well, let's see if it makes it to a high, Friday's high. Seems like a likely place for it to run out of steam. Seems like as likely as anywhere for it to run out of steam. GT flirting with 15 again. Sorry, just trying to make some kind of chatter here for the radio silence. PAGS grinding back off up into high of the day. Trying to take a shot at the high from Friday. And I've traded 1.1 million shares traded already with a few hours to go. Nothing to sneeze at. Upstart, what a beast, right? Not gonna lie. When it got over 18, got up to like 1830 and started to fade, I thought that might have been it for the day. That was obviously very wrong on my end. Just total beast today, 21%. Challenging $20 right now. The ask is hitting 20. The bid has yet to hit 20 as far as I could see. Something I had thumbnailed actually. AFRM, we talked about that a little last week with earnings. You know, it was moving up into earnings and then, you know, got really squirrely here after earnings. We came back down and tested this area here. We kind of held this area through here after earnings, that low after from the earnings day and the day after. I'm watching this again here up over 13. A lot of shares traded, 8.4 million shares traded. Not a great looking daily chart. However, for whatever reason, it's kind of got my attention. If it can get 13 with some interest, some force, maybe 14 could happen. I don't know. Anyways, so I'll come through scanner today, and there it is. We'll see what happens. Outside of that, you know, some of the high flyers on the day really turned out to be nothing. HCDI, nada. ORMP, nada. WISA, big fat nada. You know, this one, I think generally the rule is on these smaller stocks, they don't come back. I don't know if this one's completely fallen. I wouldn't say this is completely falling apart here. You know, maybe it makes curl up, makes a shot back at that 250 level. I don't really have any interest in it, but mention it, I guess, because WKEY, I think this has kind of come undone at this point. And GDC, I think after that wild move. You know, look, it's still held an 8 EMA here on that 15-minute chart. Battling at the VWAP's 506. So, you know, I don't know. Certainly in play. I'd say it's certainly in play still. Whether you believe it's in play from the long side or the short side or not at all is entirely up to you. But just shy of 2 million shares traded anyway. So there you have it, sports fans. Interesting. AFRM and Upstart moving in lockstep. I didn't even realize that until you. Good point out there, William. Good call. Huh. Yeah, really similar. A little more sideways here than Upstart, but yeah, ain't that something? This SANA taking on high of the day again here. Thanks, PJ. I don't know. Anytime I ever hear my voice played back, I'm like, God, that's me. That's awful. But I guess everybody thinks that, or most people do. So, without veering too far off topic, just in case, if I did have a dream job, and please don't shoot me. If I had a dream job, it would be the radio voice for the New York Yankees. I used to listen to the Yankees on the radio for a very, very long time when I was a delivery driver. So odd that you mentioned, or funny that you mentioned that. Anyways, I don't want to veer too far off topic and interrupt concentrations. Carvana's coming through on that relative strength scanner there, but I don't. Is there any? I mean, it's having itself an okay day. Plenty of volume. I meant to do this. I want to show that off here. So there's Carvana. I mean, look, it's up 90 cents on the day. Did it find some support at this level? I mean, if I'm being honest, as far as I understand, they don't make any money, right? I really don't know much about the company. I know all the meme jokes and all that stuff like that, but if I'm being honest, I've never done any real research on the company. I think I've seen one Carvana place in my entire life, and I think that was in Maryland a few years ago. I don't, I just know all the jokes and, all that stuff like that. Outside of that, I really don't know anything else. So chart's a chart. So, is it finding support? What was had become prior resistance has become support again. I don't know. Obviously, no one knows until retrospect. But anyways, there it is. It's actually come through the scanner quite a bit today. So there you have it. You guys are up on the Carvana. That is really, really bad. Wow. All right. Yeah. Well, yeah, like like you said, PJ, certainly there for trading. Certainly there for trading. I mean, beautiful red bar ignore here on this 15-minute chart, and then really, really nice move up through 11 bucks. So, anyways, good old Carvana. I mean, obviously very active last week with earnings. Big follow through on it, and here it is now. So, one of the things, longer term trading, borderline investing thoughts is, after you get these big bubbles that pop, did a tech bubble pop? I guess. I mean, look at Zoom, look at Peloton. I know if you want to argue whether Peloton's a tech stock or not, it's a freaking stationary bike with an iPad attached to it. I mean, I'll argue that till the day I die. Yes, it has a subscription model, blah, 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 whatever. But, just thinking, Snap and, excuse me, some of these other stocks that are, tech, communication, whatever you want to call them. You got to look to the ones that end up surviving through all this. And, do they become a Cisco where they didn't, they survived and didn't go anywhere for 10 years? Or, do they become, a renaissance like what Apple had? Not that Apple after the dot-com bubble had its renaissance moment right then. My point being is that it is a tech stock that stuck around, was able to find its footing, become innovative, and become, relevant in our lives. Not saying that that's what's happening with Carvana. I'm just, looking at these different things that have been classified as tech stocks or whatever, disruptors, whatever you want to call it. These ones that were huge high flyers, completely became undone, and who ends up sticking around. No idea. No one knows. And the birds are back, but at least there's no construction. LWLG, is that Lime? I thought it was like a Limelight or something like that. It was called Light Wave Logic. So earnings are just past it. Not a lot else to comment, I guess. I suspect it's going to be in a really big downtrend. Yeah. Really big or whatever. Very choppy downtrend, but bleeding now for months. Carl, when you say positioning, do you mean like held by insiders or something like that? Because I mean, we have that. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, but I'm thinking along those lines is where you're headed. So I'd look more at fundamental filters, held by insiders, held by institution. Those are the things that I would point you towards. I'm trying to think what else we might have that might fit that theme. Assets, debt, cash ratio, some things like that. Enterprise value. Put call ratios. We do have that. All filters. So we've got this put call ratio here, and then we have put volume today, call volume today. So we have those for the day here anyways. So we got those for you to look at, if that at all helps, if that's along the lines what you're thinking there, Carl. KZR. Does this have a move? No. I feel like this is one of those stocks that had a crazy move recently, no? Obviously not. I mean, I'm looking at the chart right now. It's only got a penny spread on 572,000 shares traded on it. It's up 38 cents. I mean, where does it go to though? Above 311? Does it, stall at 311, 315? Yeah, not very interesting at all. CXAI. Now I know this one was crazy. Yeah, okay. Not much, really, really, really spready. It's got a nearly 40-cent spread right now, 680,000 shares traded on it. So, you set a price alert and watch it. I'm not going to. But there it is coming across the screen. So thought, why not pull up the chart and have a quick look? Trader Moe's. I'm not sure if anybody traded it today. I can say I didn't, not with that spread. The spread was just too much, too rich for my blood. As far as charts go, you could use your broker and probably get 4-hour charts, but not Trade Ideas. We only have, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly for time frames on inside here. I know you know that real, but just in case swing trades didn't know that. I don't know. Trade swing, sorry. I don't know, how much experience he has with the platform or not. Yeah, of course, you got it, Carl. Happy to assist with that. Any questions, please fire those away. Do my best that I can do the best to my ability to answer those, of course. Look, the platform is vast. It's extremely vast, the platform. There's anybody that uses everything. I particularly have to know. I don't know that I know everything about the platform, but I have to know as much as I can to be able to support, users across different spectrums. Well, SPY giving it back. Look at that move. Ain't that something? Look at that. So I said, a likely area to get rejected on, right, would be around the high of Friday. Go figure, huh? Go figure. Chop, 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 chop. Big time chop. So obviously likely to see a bunch of pullbacks with that. We'll see if there's that just a pullback. Do we chop around this area? As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. The strengths of the software prior to the last couple of years, I would have said were more focused around day trading. But with the addition of the Market Explorer and a lot of the scans that are put in the Market Explorer and just my own growing and learning with the software, I think we do just as much for swing trading as day trading. The thing we don't do outside of Holly, which I don't want to go down the Holly rabbit hole, is, entering and exiting. That's discretionary. But if you're looking for things breaking out of certain ranges and position in ranges on the swing time frame, we've got a number of things that are there for that. Some different longer and shorter term volume metrics. Do we have everything? Of course not. But there's different things that certainly can be used, added, and scanned on as far as those items go. A big part of it, though, for anybody is going to have to be who are you as a trader, which is really more who are you as a person. Your trading style, to me anyways, should really be more built on who you are as a person. Like I said, if I don't know, sometime last week, if you're a really laid back person and you don't do well with things jumping all over the place, moving really fast, running and gunning all over the place, you might find day trading to be very difficult. First off, day trading is very difficult in that anyways. Trading is difficult anyways, but you might find day trading is just not your cup of tea, not your speed. versus things that take longer to set up and move through. You have more patience, relaxing, waiting for things to come to you. You may find that swing trading is more your style. And then, of course, everybody, different in that regard as far as, are you someone who's willing to, not just willing mentally to let things work, even if they're grinding sideways for a long time, but if you have the capital to allow that, someone that's got, 10,000, let's say a $10,000 account, they might not have the ability to sit and let something just hold, $2, $3, $4,000 worth of stock and run sideways for a long time. And again, these things aren't right or wrong. They just are. Yeah, so maybe swing scalping kind of your thing. Of course, this hasn't been the greatest market for a while for that type of item. And sorry, in the main room, just having kind of a little back and forth with Carl over on the YouTube side of things. He's newer to the software and trying to figure where he and the software fit in together. Yeah, that was the same thing for me, Po. I found it. I just found it became very difficult. My profit factor on my winners and losers, really tightened up uncomfortably for me back in February or March of last year, and that was when I started to really move towards some more day trading again. Still swing trading, just not seeing those longer runners. In hindsight, it's always 2020. Some of the things that I've had that have been winners, if I held them a little longer, would have been nicer winners than they were. But on the flip side, some of them that I exited would have turned to losers too. So I don't know that, necessarily changing my time frame on holding wouldn't have assisted me, I don't think. Excuse me, sorry, just something caught in my throat. Gonna put myself on mute fast. Now there's a stock I have not seen in a long time. FATE. This thing went on a wild tear like 2 years ago, I think, right? Got a weekly chart here. Yeah, this thing went on. It wasn't even 2 years ago. It was more than that. Jeez, I'm crow. At the Wayback Machine here, 3 years. This thing went on an insane tear, and has been on just a death march ever since. right, so off that pullback on the overall market, let's call it, not a whole lot happening right now. Sorry, folks, just the radio silent, just reading over some stuff here. right, so the SPY put in two 15-minute red candles, dipped back below 412. Did that fairly quickly. Took it a long time to get up over that 412 number. Gave it back fairly quickly here. And battling back around that number again. So, anywho. So sorry, I was on mute for a couple of minutes there trying to help someone, and there was a lot of banging on my keyboard. 20-day ADR? No, we just don't have that. Sorry. I drone things. I mean, best we're gonna have is ADX here. And it's looking at daily charts with a 14-day smoothing factor. That ADX. SPY bounced under, closed under 412, bounced over, closed over 412. Trying to put in two greens. So just chop, 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 chop. You're welcome. I drone things. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a better answer for you on that. All right, folks, I will be stepping away for a moment here. I'll be on mute. I do have the chat, so I can monitor the chat, of course. And any standing questions I'll get to as soon as I come back off of mute in a couple of minutes here. All right, thank you. All right, everybody. Sorry, back now. Took a little longer to get back than I thought. My apologies. I'm just going to catch up here, see what setups put you in the best risk reward situation where if the price drops below is immediately no longer a good setup. Just depends on the scan that you're looking at. So, for example, I like this all-time high scan. I take, some things from this in my swing trading. And I'm very basic with support and resistance lines. This for Carl and YouTube here. So as an example, I'm not in this, nor do I currently intend to get into Boston Scientific. However, looking at this rate here, if I believe, 54, the lifetime high was 53.67. So we're already going to close at an all-time high. Got rejected off that 54, but perhaps if I was a believer in this, depending on my risk appetite, the two areas that I come to for my stop that I'm looking at, if I think I'm wrong, are this area right here, right? So down here around 51, give or take. If I wanted to be more conservative with that stop, this area here, let's drill into the chart a little bit more. This area here, more around this 52.75 range, give or take. Remember, we think of these as zones. Of course, you got to settle on an official number. But those are two areas I'd be looking at stops. It's all discretionary. There's no scan that's going to tell me that. I've got to put that on myself, right? So, that's something that I'm happy to share that scan with you here. I think looking at stocks near all-time highs, at or near all-time highs, can help define some of these risk levels a little better for someone still trying to catch their eye on those kinds of things. I don't have any TTM squeeze scan, no. The closest thing you're going to find to that is going to be in the Market Explorer on the Bollinger Band TTM Daily. So, you can find that in there. That's it. This is not customizable, no. You can send in, we can do something with a custom for a true false statement if it's within a certain parameter of the bands. I know that Michael had built a custom on that a while ago. So, but I don't know if that's doable on a 5-minute time frame, but you can send an email to info@trade-ideas.com and inquire there. I don't really work in customs, so sorry, there's not much I can do to help you on that. I have some basic custom grasp, but that's it. You can check there though. And if it can be done, no cost for customs. It's just if we have the data points to make it happen. We don't have a code compiler. It has to work with data that's within the system already. So, Bollinger Bands are just 2 standard deviations above and below a 20 SMA. So we just, I don't know exactly all the short and skinnies on the data points within the existing parameters for that. But if you send an email there, if we can do it, we're of course happy to help you with that. So yeah, that's one. Hold on, let me mute for 1 second. This freaking helicopter. All right, so it's one scan. Then I have this, what I call my evening scan here. I'll share that with you there, Carl. And just look for the cloud link, and then I'll go over something with it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. or the good, the great, the bad, and the ugly. I don't know. Anyways, so on this scan here, you know, I'm looking at stocks that are between this price range, $4 and $40 bucks, 750,000 shares traded on the day. They got to be within 75% of the high of today and 75% within the high of 20 days. So I'm trying to find stuff that it looks like it may be breaking out over 20 days. All right. Here's the issue that I've had with the scan recently, though. Look at a lot of these stocks. They've been in really big downtrends overall. Of course, probably I'll come across something that doesn't look like that. All right. You know what I mean? This one's running sideways for a long time. Could this break out? Sure. The problem with things like this is, you know, where's the upside possible reward? You know, are we going to stop at every single, you know, dollar increment or 50-cent increment, so on and so forth? You know, so those are the kind of things that we look at with that. The risk, I think, to me, always remains defined according to what you call support and resistance, if that's what you're using. Or, you know, you might be using for your risk, you know, a 20 SMA or 10 SMA or 50 SMA. You know, there's no right or wrong. I just use, you know, on my swing trade setups, it's mostly support and resistance for me. I don't use as you can see, I do not use a moving average on my daily charts here. So, but, you know, maybe something like this sets up, you know, where you think is, you know, the risk reward. In a overall more trending market, a lot of these charts look more like GIS, not necessarily at all-time highs, but look like they're, you know, kind of breaking out of a range, essentially. Like, you know, GIS is trying to break out of this from back here, this kind of range that it's been stuck in. You know, Aries probably a better example of something that I'd like out of this. Yeah, you know, Airy to the upside, you know, it's not in a big downtrend. It hasn't been in a big downtrend. Stuck in this range, it gets up above this level. It's got room to run. You know, especially when we look on a weekly chart here, right? We get up above this level, you know, and we're looking towards this, you know, $25, $26 range, and we're looking up towards $30 like that. So those are the kind of things that I'm looking at on these here. And you know, you might want to change the price range on it. You know, maybe it's too low of a price range for you. Maybe it's not enough volume in there for you. You know, things of that nature that I'd point you towards. Isn't GSIT overbought now? I don't know. I mean, you know, it's up huge, obviously, compared to where it was Friday's open. But remember, the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. That's all. I think my general rule is if you think it is a chase, it's a chase. Bounce trading? No. I don't personally have anything for bounce trading. I might have something in my cloud that someone else has shared with me over the years. I don't know. Maybe you want to look at this top list. It's a washout bounce. If you're looking for stuff that's really beaten up and sold off, this Dawn of the Dead from Andy. These might be a couple you want to take a look at here. You're trying to like kind of bottom fish. Here's another Let's Go Fishing. This is another one from Andy that's looking to kind of, let's say, bargain hunt. So throw those all in there for you. You take a look at those. You dive into the configure and see what you think there. No, because it's just a couple of us. Sorry, I just saw the comment about sending the email. There's just a couple of us that look at the email box, and we all kind of know where our specialties are. So if you're looking for something that's custom, it's just going to get to the right person anyways. They will address and handle it. Yeah, Andy comes up with some really great scan names. Aside from, he's done well with the scans. As I always tell people, this stuff becomes very subjective. And my best example of that is this evening scan here for like, I don't know, a year, 14 months. It wasn't quite a year and a half. I did pretty well with it for some swing trades, swing scalping, taking stuff towards the end of a day, holding it like into the open the next day, or a day and a half, something like that. Never really going past 2 full days or something, 2.5 full days, something like that. I did well with it. It's the market winds changed and we started chopping around more and sold off and all that. I didn't do quite the same. Well, when I was doing well with this, someone had asked me for a swing trading scan. And so this is what I shared with them, and I went over it with them. They said, I don't really get it. It feels more like a day trading scan to me. And they said a couple of weeks afterwards, they reached back out and said, hey, I'm having good success with this as a day trading scan. You should consider that. And I said, it's not that I don't consider it that. It wasn't how I approached it, and it wasn't my thought process behind it when I created it. But they did well. They claim they did well. I have no way to verify it. They could, for all I know, they blew up their account. But they claim they did well with it as a day trading scan, and just kind of, is what it is. I get it, but they couldn't get how I used it as a swing trading scan, for whatever that's worth. No, 14 period, whether you're looking at the, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, or daily RSIs. I think those are all the RSIs we have. It's all standard 14 period. Yeah, 1, 2, 5, 15, 16 daily, all standard 14 periods. And just kind of clicking around right now. Wow, Upstart. Did not have that on my bingo card today. I get it. I mean, Upstart was way up here whenever, but we're talking about today's move relative to now. Yes, Barry's on vacation. I believe he's back tomorrow. SANA closing, trying to close strong here. And this lifetime high list, the stock's got to be within 15% of their lifetime highs. Populated out pretty decently today. There's some volume metrics in that. 30-day new highs versus 30-day new lows. Pretty much dominated for the day on the new highs. So I don't think by any means we're breaking out to all-time highs or something like that. And, the overall indexes, but constructive nonetheless. I personally like to see a lot more green than red, for whatever that's worth. All right, I'm going to shut down in a moment here. I'm going to give it to 3:40 Eastern. Okay, now, no politics, please. CLOX. What is this? Closing strong, it looks like. Holy cow. Get back on a daily chart. That's a heck of a day. Did I not notice this earlier? That's terrible of me. And 26 races. Can't really see it well here, but peel that out a little bit. You can see there now. Very interesting. And AI just grinding all day long, higher and higher and higher. For nearly 24.33%, nearly just about. His W key coming in towards the end of the day again. I have zero interest in it currently, but hey, you never know. Maybe it goes and does something wild tomorrow. The saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. CLX. Pretty sizable move early in the day here. Earlier in the day, I should say. Flat for the moment, but perhaps has some kind of continuation tomorrow. Perhaps. You are very welcome. Happy to do it. Phase 3. All right, thank you. Also post earnings. Interesting. So, all right, everybody, I am going to shut down the YouTube side of things first. Whether it is myself or Barry tomorrow, have the YouTube side of things open around 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. And the regular room I'll have open in between. If it's me, it'll be between 7:30 and 8. If it's Barry, it'll be 8. Just have to be a surprise who's here tomorrow. So, all right, shutting down the YouTube side first. Thank you, folks, very much. Hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day over from that side of things. Thank you again.